Testing. 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 Hello. I think this should be working. Make sure this is... Whoa. Okay, yeah, that's definitely working. I can hear it coming through two sources now. Okay. It is noon. It is that time. It is time for me to launch the re-release. Let me let a few more people know that it's about to happen. All right, who's here? Who's here waiting? Who's here? Swotenshi. Welcome. Cheap Mug. Welcome. Marvel Tabaxi. Welcome. I urge you. Mots are underrated. Welcome. Elliot. Welcome. Upset Hawk. Welcome. I urge everybody to tell me. Please inform me. Let me double check. Welcome, Artistically Crafty. Let me double check. Is this site live? Is it? Do you see it? Is it there? Then it's live. The time has come. It has been 10 years. Hang on, let me... Welcome to the stream. The frame is so weird. Hang on. Still just me here. All right. Check that out. Why did the Twitch chat vanish from the... Hang on. Weird. Anyway. There you go. So that is now up. I believe... Let's check out highmcase.bandcamp.com. Look at that. Look at that. It's the first one there. Happy 10th year anniversary of this whole thing. Hang on. Let me... Hang on. I need a better vocal chain. Okay, is this correct? That should be better. Better. Sorry, I had to hook up my audio interface like last thing I was doing before stream started, so. Here we are. And it looks like Trying Too Hard is now available on both jasoniscariot.bandcamp.com and highmcase.bandcamp.com at the same time. In addition to just the album Trying Too Hard, I also have, as you can see, bonus tracks down here. On the highmcase version, as bonus tracks, you will see Sheep, Monsters Nearby, You Tried, Intermission 2, Sleep, Great Day, Nightly, and Cad 9. Chaos for Coffee follows Welcome. So all of We Mars, additionally, is on here. The Bandcamp version does not have lyrics yet. I will update the page with lyrics soon. This was sort of... But basically the entire old Jason Iscariot page is as it was. All the lyrics are there. All of the extra metadata and stuff is there. And you can just go have at it. Pay what you want. Links in the chat. Oh my god. I should probably mute my laptop. So here we are. How is everybody? How are people doing? How is the world? How are things? My screen looks so, like, dim. What's up with that? I need to get my screen light on, too. Oh my god. do we got? There we go. There we go. Now all my lights are on. That looks a little better. Oh my god, it's been about 105 degrees all week. Help. Oh god, that sucks. This is Laz on Discord, by the way. Oh, nice. Welcome. Glad you could make it to the stream. I should point this up. I don't know why this is pointing down so much. All right. So, it's been 10 years, and I think it is a good day. I listened back to bits and pieces of this last year on the anniversary day. But I figure since it is the 10th year anniversary and I'm putting this whole thing out again, I figure what our game plan is for today is I'm just gonna listen through this original album and we can chat about things, we can reminisce. If anybody has any weird memories they associate with stuff or any lines that jump out at them, like, I encourage you to just pitch in the chat. I'm gonna talk about, okay, I don't often, like, you know, a lot of the times I chat about things, people want to hear, like, the song meanings and you know, what I was thinking of when writing certain things. I'm probably gonna, because I'm not gonna do this again. This is the 10th year anniversary. I'm not gonna go back to this after, like, 20 years. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. And I don't know how long I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing anniversary streams for this specific date in particular after 10 years. So this is my last chance to do this, and so I'm probably gonna talk a lot about recording, a lot about like where I was and what was happening when I wrote certain things, and you know, all that. So if anybody also has any questions through the course of this whole thing, feel free to ask whatever you may ask. But yeah, when I was 18, I put out an album of a lot of songs that I'd been sort of working on through my teenage years, in a state that I considered at the time to be relatively, like, unrefined. And the reason that I wanted to get it out was because I wanted to see if I could, you know, start making money to, like, pay for college tuition and stuff. And the response, like, you can see this here. I was not expecting this when I was, like, 18. If I load more, you can look at this. There's, like, a whole list of people, and there's, like, all these testimonials, people, like, saying stuff about it. And, like, I was never really happy with how these songs turned out on this album in this format. And the moment that I knew how to do anything better, and the moment that I had a better way to release things rather than doing a full album at a time, or, you know, dropping songs for free on SoundCloud, and, like, you know, once I figured out a better way, a more sustainable way of doing things, I started going back and doing them better. So another thing that I should point out, along with this re-release, is on Spotify. You can find on my, I believe it's like in my artist featured playlists too, but I also have it in my Discord as, like, in the notes in the news channel. You can find a playlist, Trying Too Hard Restored. Now this is all of the songs that the songs on Trying Too Hard ended up being. So Shut Up, Trying Too Hard, Aesthetic, 24, Tally Mark, C'est La Vie, 8 Julys, Human, View from the Upswing, Sleep. So all of those are there if you want to have, like, an interesting back-to-back experience of, like, what the original forms of the songs were versus, like, how they ended up on my, like, you know, albums that are out everywhere. That could be fun. I urge you to go check that out. I also just urge you to go to my Discord, which I believe is case.dog. I don't have a .discord in here. I know you can go to case.dog/discord. Oh god. I know you can go there. Just got the Bandcamp notification? Nice. Also, welcome Cal. Yeah. The Spotify playlist is in the news channel. Here's what I'm gonna do. After today, I'm gonna take this album and I'm gonna drag it all the way to the bottom. It's gonna be all the way down here. But, you know, for today, I've been telling people to go here, so I'm gonna put it at the top. But just for future reference, and for anybody who wants to tell anybody if they missed this stream, they can find it on my normal Bandcamp at the very bottom of the page. What's wild, if you realize, like, the aesthetic that this initial, like, album cover had, just the noisiness, the, like, dead colors, the general, like, green-blue color palette. It's just sort of weird to, like, look back through, you know, once I get into, like, here and, like, the high MK stuff, and how everything kind of has that same washed out vibe. Like, this is like the primordial soup of my compositional, you know, history. Welcome Semaphoric Wave, and also welcome Myrrh. God, so much is happening. I should probably also tell Tumblr. Can I get there from here? I'd hate to go on about things that have been going south, but lately I'm finding out about things I've been choking down. Been quiet, but I gotta be. There ain't much going on for me. Been trying to be free, but now I don't know how. I've heard from different angles, different minds than mine. They say it's time to come untangle. I see why. But I'm scared, and everyone I know says this ain't fair. When the fix is such a dare, I fought a lot to contemplate. I should go, but I don't know where. My life didn't have a spare. What I saw was always there, admitting it's the bit I've hated. Should I start over? As far as I got now, only gets colder. You won't fall if you don't look down. Sorry, I'm vamping. I'm trying to send out a few more links, hang on. Oh my god, how do I actually share my stream? How do I do that from here? This... Whatever. God. Hang on. I gotta make a Tumblr post. I gotta do it. Link. Type or paste link. I just re-released Trying Too Hard for its 10th anniversary. Jason Iscariot. Hi, MKs. Post now. Oh wait, I gotta insert the link. Really? God. Is that what vamping is? Vamping is when you fill time by doing something. Alright. Let me change the text too. Make it smaller. Yes. Okay. Now everybody knows. Then dreaming is vamping? I guess. Okay. Hang on. What's happening? I hate this. I can't just type the link. Yes. Re-release. Stream. Live now. Yes. Okay. Also, you can see the Japanese for movie is eiga. God. Okay. Boom. We're here. Everybody knows. Everybody has seen. God. This is the most excited I've been for anything. Oh my god. Well, it's out. Okay. Let me cut the background music for a little bit because the point of this stream is to listen back through this whole thing. Because now that it's been 10 years and now that I've redone pretty much all of these songs, it's time to talk about like everything. We're gonna have some good chats here today. I want to ask the chat. I want to ask the chat right now. Because like a lot of people, are, you know, they say they're excited. It means they were there 10 years ago. I want to ask, what is the one line from Trying Too Hard, the one lyric that you remember most, like that sticks with you the most after 10 years? I want to know that. That's the feedback I want to hear right now. It's going to be weird being able to listen to this album or something other than my really old MP3 player. Oh god. That's another thing. None of this has been remastered. These are just the original files. These are just the files that were on here when I took the site down. So, you know, it's as I mixed it, and I'm going to be complaining the whole time. I want you to understand this. I'm going to be pausing, probably not pausing, but probably ducking the audio quite frequently just because it annoys me so much when I hear things that I know how to mix better now. But we'll get through it. And I'm gonna be doing like a lot of you know, talking about studio stuff, and I'm going to be able to just point to things in this room because now it's all here. Everything that I've ever used, you know, to record music, provided it's still, you know, broken or not broken, provided it's still functional. Also, thank you, Queen Snarf, for gifting Monster Underrated a subscription. They have gifted over 200, almost 250 gift subs so far, and that makes it 250. Oh my god, thank you so much, Queen Snarf. I was not here 10 years ago, but some of the lines that survived through at least 2018 are still with me, so that's something. I want to know. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking about loud because I use it. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud because I used it as a Tumblr tag for years for my personal ramblings. I remember seeing stuff like that, like around. I would see people using my lines as like Tumblr tags. That was always the weirdest thing to me. So have this whole thing memorized. There are sights on the stars, we won't get very far. I hope the fire in your eyes burns through your heart as well. Yeah, that one. The Astrocartographer is the only song from Trying Too Hard that I have not reiterated in some form. And I still want to, and I'm still going to, soon. Okay, my next EP on the Case Jackal thing is going to be called Stellar Side. It's going to be like none of the other things that I put out before, and it's going to be, thank you, oh my god. Thank you, Queen Snarf, for gifting even more tier 1 subs to Soft Serve Sheeb, Vrondi, and Chaos for Coffee. Oh my god. Mine would have to be the entire chorus. I think it really got to the heart of anxiety. Wait, the entire chorus of which? Like Trying Too Hard. Trying Too Hard was interesting. It was I thought I was being very like, like vague and like talking about nothing when I wrote it. I felt like the words were just sort of like salad, like rolling in a circle. Um but, the more that I would think back to it, the more I realized like how much like deep-seated, I guess, hashtag relatable stuff is in that. There's so many gift subs rolling in. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I should start listening to things. I think that's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm also, let me get my, hang on. I need to get like my guitar. For those who haven't been here for the past like month or so of 2 months of streaming, I guess. I got this guitar just kind of on a whim because I have not had my own like electric guitar that was mine, and I wanted a project guitar, and this has already been somewhat modded. But it's in Lake Placid Blue, which if you look up the hex code for Lake Placid Blue, it's literally like 8 bits off of the like hex code blue color that I use for everything. So, and the strings are already getting rusty. Okay. I can turn that on, yeah. Okay. Awesome. I just want to be able to, like, fiddle around on guitar and, like, talk about where things came from. I think that would help ground me. Because if I have nothing to do with my hands, I'm going to be, like, stimming. Yeah, let's use this red cable here. Bright red. Here we go. Don't emulate me. Don't plug things in with your amp on and turned up. That's bad practice. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. All right, it's gonna be really interesting to talk about some of the tones and stuff on this album. Because I did a lot of software emulation and stuff, and a lot of the sounds that I would use, I now have real life versions of. So this is gonna be interesting. Let's begin this journey. I've not been here because I would always be sleeping through it. Usually stream during 2 a.m. here. Yeah, I'm sorry that, I wish I could stream earlier or more, but it just ends up being, availability stuff. God. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just catching up with the chat here before we start. Should get some correct color gold paint and put your logo on it. Oh, that would be, that could be cool. Yeah, there is like a little, one of the round bits up top. I could do that. That's interesting. It's a good idea. Let's start. I'm gonna have to, I don't want to like play and pause a bunch, but I may have to. Let me tighten the frame up a little more. I want to make this perfect, okay? I'm not gonna get another chance at this. This is the one. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. 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 Here I am. That's too low. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Okay, that's good. It's not far off from where it was before, but okay. God, I'm nervous. Can you tell? I don't want to do this. Let's start. Let's begin. So, the first song on this EP is called Shark Toy. It is not the autoplay if you hit play on the album. because that's the title track. But the album begins like this.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, that is a room full of a bunch of like my high school friends who are listed in the credits down here. Matt Durkee, Omar Flores, Daniel Robleski, Stephanie Sachs, Robin Stevens, Thomas Stevens, and Daniel Whiteside. I don't like know most of those people, but that was who showed up when I put out the thing. So this guitar riff was like, oh my god. This guitar, like octave guitar thing was the first thing that I wrote knowing that it was going to be like for my own album.
I love it.
And I should, okay, I gotta stop just before the lyrics. I wish I oh goddamn, I wish I could control volume. Oh wait, I can. I could if I know what to do. I know what to do. Here's my solution. Okay. I do this. And then this. Hang on. I don't want this to be annoying. Hang on. Advanced audio properties. That's not what I want. Filters. Compressor. Output gain. Turn it up. There we go. Awesome. Now whenever I talk, this'll duck.
You can share with me some insight on how the fuck you can manage to sleep at night.
I really wanted to get a crowd to scream fuck when I was 16.
You know I'm on the hunt now. Don't you turn your lights out. How my name's on lockdown. And for a second, does that mean I've given up my crowd? It's not over.
I first recorded the demo of this with like a Rock Band microphone. Like a USB Rock Band microphone. And the thing I was doing musically before this is I had a Metallica cover band with some friends of mine. I wrote this right around the advent of like Facebook and people having like political arguments on the internet. And I think it still holds up.
Well, I've always thought that the world fucking hates me. I need an anchor to tether me to sanity.
Sort of takes the perspective of somebody who like only lives to fucking posture at people on the internet.
You'll get the shoving of the stick when it's at its worst. Drive myself into the ground just 'cause you come first. Expectations are a nightmare. Guess what else is unfair? Started.
I'm actually surprised, like my voice, like the growl voice and stuff here is actually a bit more developed than I remember it being. That note was good. I can't do that anymore. I can only do that clean now. That, I can't believe that synth is there. That like 8-bit, like bit crush synth. I thought that was something I added later, but I guess that was always there. The thing that's harmonizing with the guitar part. I can't believe those were always there. I'm, okay. The vocals are mixed so fucking bad. I can't get over that. Like, I'm very loud and I'm trying to like compensate for that, but I did not know how. I love this shit. I still do this shit. Have them shout hey. I do it better now though. I learned the secret is you get the best one and you just copy and paste it a bunch because everybody's off on like every other one. Yeah. Yeah, this came from a riff that I wrote, like just a shower thought.
Shark toy.
God. That's right. At the end, that's fucking right. I forgot about that. At the very end, I throw my headphones on the music stand and go, oh fuck. I totally forgot about that. Oh my god. That was also like a. That's so weird. It's such a. What is the foreshadowing of things to come? This really is primordial soup. This is the result of like a shower thought riff that I had, cause I noticed so many things started on like 2 8th notes or a quarter note before the one, and I was like, what if I started something on like 3 8th notes before? So instead of da da da, it was da 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 da, and I don't know why I thought that was significant, but I rolled with it. And just put it over this drum exercise, this that I used to do, like, you know, when I'd be in a band waiting for the drummer to show up. Sounds so young. It's making me smile how far you've come. Yeah, this is crazy. I sound so, like, underdeveloped. Like, it's the lack of enunciation. And that was a thing I was really aware of back then. I was like, wow, I sound like a fucking kid. But that's that song. So here's the title track, Trying Too Hard. When I remade this, I actually did that with Mellotron samples. The string parts. And that MIDI guitar that's under the acoustic guitar is like the same sample I use in the beginning of 724.
Comforts us the world so dangerous.
Hang on, let me back up.
We try our best to care. It's like us to grow. Well, it's hard for kids like us to grow up.
There's a reference to that line in the last line of the second verse of the Hardly Trying on my new album.
We try our best to care before the pressure takes.
The de-essing on this is so bad. It's so, oh god, it's so bad.
Though you haven't said a word, I can hear your problems loud and clear.
Like, there's no S's. I de-essed it way too hard. I stopped using de-essers after this before I learned how to use them.
So be it cold-blooded freak or a hot-headed creep, scream it loud. I'll regret what I say, bring it up anyway. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud. Though our sights on the stars, we won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? Am I trying too hard? Tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? Am I trying too hard?
This is the one file I swapped out. But I managed to find one from like 2013.
Comes to shove, feeling insignificant to life's indifference to all. I'll help you break your fall from the mindless attention getters. You could do so much better. I'm right here, and though you haven't said a word, I can hear. I'm nothing but your mirror. So can you see straight? Maybe I need more silver paint.
God, I hate the de-essing. I can't get over the S's. I wrote this chorus by accident. I used to use Guitar Pro a lot, and I used to use Guitar Pro a lot, and I took the intro, the electric guitar comes in halfway through the chord progression. And so when I copy and pasted it, I started from the halfway point. So, like, it's like inverted with itself in the chorus, and then it resets itself to, like, what it does in the intro. I'm explaining this badly, but I rolled with it, because I thought it was interesting. Thank you, Queen Snar, for gifting us up to C. Kingly.
The fools, we lose our cool and fall away from all the blame. So shut your mouth. It's easier to cut the edge. So be it cold-blooded freak,
Got the timing so off.
hard-headed creep, scream it loud. I would change everything, would that change anything? Don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud. Though our sights on the stars, we won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? Tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? I'll regret what I say. Bring
Oh, the first time I go up on a second, when I do the chorus again and change the melody.
I'm a hot-headed creep. Am I trying too hard?
Yeah, I think all of this. All of this album was recorded with this guitar. It's gonna keep fading out. It fades out until it gets to 427, just because I wanted to be funny about numbers. Stop it real quick. All of this album was recorded with this guitar. I still have it. It's just from Peavey, which is like a knockoff, you know. It's like a knockoff Fender brand, right? And I've kept it. I've changed the knobs. One of them fell off again. I only changed the knobs because one of them fell off in the first place. So that just seems to be a curse with this. I have a card strung through here, but I took that out. I'm thinking instead what I might do is have it have a clear, like, I want to have a clear pick guard, and then I want to have the card like under it. There's an 8 of hearts. If you go to, there's bonus booklet stuff that you can get with the album, actually. Oh my god, Queen Snarv is gifted another sub to Space Cloud. My story with this album is that you talked about astrocartographers so often that when I learned... God. Yeah, I've played astrocartographer a lot, too. Yeah, this is the Peavey Predator. I played all the solos on it, all the chords and stuff on the original album, and Clip your strings? No. I think I just didn't have a string clip. It's getting rusty, so I gotta change them again. Oh, it's not picking up my guitar noodling. Okay, let me put this back. It's too rusty to be doing. I'm gonna end up staining my fingers. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Something to Cry About was the first song I wrote and recorded all the way through, I think. I'm pretty sure. I started putting up demos of it in either 2008, somewhere between 2008 and 2009. But this is one that the band I had before I started doing solo stuff would practice. It was meant to be written in the Metallica inverse ballad style, where you have a really heavy verse and then you drop down the mood for the chorus. And that's why the intro is really like Metallica. Very, very Unforgiven-esque. Queen Starf gifted another sub to IU999PL. Welcome back. That worked. Always reminded me of Metallica. Great. Especially that kick. before I go any further, this previous part was used in Machine as like the main chord progression for that all the way through. And then the riff under this, the riff under this was for aesthetic to spread out.
You've lost everything we gave you. Why should we trust you with more? Come all this way.
I think the intro thing with the harmonics is probably my favorite part of this whole thing. I don't know how much I like the rest of it.
Kept you alone, ignored your shout.
I should be rolling this down more.
Something else to cry about. So don't say it's the end of the world when tears stream from your eyes. Every rung on your ladder's broken, and I can't say that I'm surprised.
Yeah, the harmonics in this chorus are like the best part about this song. I wanted it to sound like a
This is the path that you have chosen, and I'll treat you like royalty. You're talking
God, it's so fucking Metallica.
That subtle. In every little obstacle, you hit the floor and scuttle.
I really don't like my
What's tomorrow if it's gone today?
I think that's why when I like
wouldn't
did
be
it,
around to hear a single word we say.
that's why I didn't like just redo this in the style it was. That's why I just wanted
mistakes. Won't learn a thing no matter how many times it takes. Always
I wrote this when I could not sing, so I had no
just to
problem
give you something else to cry about. So don't say it's the end of the world
Can't hear you.
when tears stream.
I should be rocking this volume more. I really should be. But I wrote this, yeah.
And I won't forget your sorrow.
My vocals are so good in the chorus and so bad in the verse. That's why I basically only took like bits and pieces of the song and used the riffs for other things. I don't know if that's helping. Hang on. Yeah. There's this whole bridge. I gotta use this bridge for something. I haven't yet. Music is too loud. Can't hear you properly. Yeah. I'll leave it around here. Then I'll talk like here. But I'll turn it up for the solo. Why did I write this so long? I cut that solo in half basically, and it's in aesthetic, I'm pretty sure. Can't believe my review from the, is there? Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, all the reviews are still here.
I can't help what fate we have now. It's just something to cry about. So don't
And then the melody from the intro comes back in on the electric guitar in the outro.
from your eyes. Every rung on your ladder's broken. Can't climb up no matter how you try. And I won't forget your sorrow. I won't forget how the one at fault. I can't help what fate we have now. It's just something to cry about. I can't help what fate we have now. It's just something to cry about.
That's old as fuck. Oh man. I forgot. There's good parts and I still gotta keep digging stuff out of that song. I can't just redo it anymore. I guess it's out there again now, but you know, that song's okay. I like all of the soft parts of that song, and I also like the solo. Honestly, I think it's good. I think it's a good composition. I think I could have done the lyrics better. Oh my god. This next one is long and it's not only okay. It is the longest song on the album. It's 7.5 minutes long. A little bit of backstory. In 2008, a friend of mine commissioned me to write a like song for their OC in their like weird dream mythos of like medieval furries with like superpowers and stuff. And I did a composition, and I messed with the composition for a while, and I ended up like taking so many things from that composition and writing a new song out of it, just because I liked the like harmonic, the chordscape of it. And there was a lot of rough shit that happened this day like 13 years ago in my life, and I was just kind of struck with it. And started writing more music for like, just to actually explore my own emotions and not like, conceptual stuff. And I just called it 724. Let me turn it up. I was really into arpeggios. Listen to them big drums. They're so quiet, but they're so big. This part's good. That's why I use this part again in 24.
My thoughts just might as well. When all our cheer is faded, we're left with living hell. Me, first day of therapy. Do I tell you what I want, or only what you need? You can't pretend, but you know I'm not your friend. So don't ask me how it's been. Can we reschedule this again? Any promises to me are broken instantly. And how can I tell what's true when your demons still show through? And I assure you, as deep as memories go, just when you thought you're on a roll, when letting go's the last thing you can do, you've left a scar that you'll pull it open soon. It all goes by so quickly, I just need you at a glance. Just get this through your head, no second chance.
The crazy like background vocals. Just going super high on the background vocals. Also a precursor of what's to come. Same with this like violin part. Oh my god, Kylie Henke is here, welcome. Oh, this melody. Hang on, let me back this up, hang on. Who was here for the Klonoa 2 stream yesterday? Right when oh, that's right, the song is so long. Welcome, Kylie Henke. Oh my god, first time chatter, Kylie Henke. This melody here, on the electric guitar. Is the King of Sorrows theme from Klonoa 2.
Any hope that I could dream spasms incessantly, and I can't throw it away, 'cause it changes day to day, and I assure you.
Queen Starve is gifted a tier 1 sub to Kylie Henke. Welcome. Welcome to the Moon Temple.
all of us reach our all-time low. Yet on we go.
I never log into Twitch. Oh my god. I'm glad you could make it.
Is there any
I feel fine. I feel fine talking over this whole thing because it's so
things
long.
the way that they were? And if you need to place the blame, my name's in shame, I'll take the pain. Just don't be afraid.
What a
It
word
might
salad.
sound like I'm reading lines, but
does.
I've seen the signs and I've known all the connections. My life's a deception. If I
Yeah, it really is. It really is a blast from 2012 in here, huh?
You think I'd be safe from the doubt that grows, yet all fits throws.
Oh, there's a solo in this too. I forget all of it. I cannot remember it.
I've jeopardized myself, I've made a mess of things. Why expect so much from me when I turned it down for them? And in the dark, there's a single light that
God
glows.
damn, what was I thinking?
It keeps throwing me back, and now I know when all I fear's your fear of fear itself. Stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
above all else.
Yeah, there was like a Broadway stuck Skype chat that like everyone who had a Broadway something, like AU blog on Tumblr who did like covers like that. I just got thrown into it and started and like initially met Kylie through that, and like people were sharing links to my stuff. Here's that line. Oh, and the solo. God. Oh man, that song is something. That song is something. Oh my god. I gotta stop. I remember looking at their music for the first time like, holy fuck, this kid is talented. I overdid it on this album. I really did. I did too much. It's also not mixed as bad as I thought it would be. It's a little harsh. The drums are kind of quiet. It doesn't punch that hard. It's less compressed. I probably could have remastered this and it would have sounded fine, but I didn't have the pre-masters anymore. 724 feels like raw emotion. It kind of was when I wrote it. All right, the next one. Oh god, I'm not gonna like this version of the next one because I've iterated it on. Okay, I keep saying that though, but I keep liking them. So let's listen back. Oh my god, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Okay, you could say you were trying too hard. Yeah, Yeah. I guess that's apt. I thought this was gonna be a lot worse than it was. Like, genuinely, this far into it. What are you gonna do for the WeMars anniversary? I don't know if I'll do anything for that anniversary in particular. All of the WeMars tracks are included on the like Hi-Am Case release of this. So, I'm just kind of tying that in with Trying Too Hard. We could also go through WeMars today. Let's see what we can see what the time scale is. But yeah, this next one is I also, okay, I gotta say that I forgot I used to tune stuff in E flat for some reason. I don't remember if this whole thing is in E flat. I think 724 was. It felt like it was. But let's see what. Oh, this is capo.
Hello, Lucky, there you are. Good thing I know the story so far. I'm back again to watch you fall. You were my favorite after all. Adventurous, but just in spite. Conquer your morals with no
That auto-tune's so bad.
Your will and rage flare like the sun. Who would say you're too young? And I hope that the fire in your eyes burns through your heart as well. I've watched 1,000 times, and it all ends up the same. It's hell, and I've laid out the stars for you to follow across the endless night. If you fly low, you'll never find the sky. I'm waiting to see you fly.
I forgot about this. Oh my god.
And I hope that the fire in
I can't remember. I can't believe I remember that riff. See you fly. That, oh man. And the string part. I wrote string quartets. I composed string quartets for like all that stuff that's there. That's just not me playing chords and string patches. That's me writing part for part, like cello, violin, viola, you know, violin. Did this inform the astrocartographer in the Insiderverse, or was it just too cool a title not to reuse? Yeah, it's about the same character. I cannot believe I forgot about the whole, like... How does it go? God. Oh my God. Yeah. That's one of my favorite guitar things I've ever written. Just because, like, okay, symbolically to me, it starts with a minor seventh, which to me is just like the interval that represents like stars. It just sounds like a star field to me, like stargazing. And it goes down into, I think that's a minor third. So it does like a minor, you know, a minor 7 chord. And it just keeps those drones there. And like the effect is like something rocking back and forth underneath like a sky that just stays the same. Hello, whoever's there, I know I'm lucky. Maybe it's the right stars floating above me. There's a God at the heart of existence. Wherever you are, I hope you're listening. I need help, I admit it. It's dark down here, but look how well we lit it. I'm cracked and scarred and full of pain. Count your curses all end up the same. And I hope the fire in your eyes burns through your heart as well. I've watched 1,000 times, and it all ends up the same. It's hell, and I've laid out the stars for you to follow across the endless night. Look up at the sky. Yeah. You get 10 years back to back. Let's continue. This next one's a double song. So, it's 2 songs in the same key. One tempo is half the other. It's so quiet.
The days drift by carelessly. You try to catch them recklessly. You're a zombie and you can't even fend for yourself. And there's no one else who understands. But the sun comes up just ahead. Right when you thought that you'd be better off dead. And what does so mean again? We all need to know. We all need to know. To a plan for gold, to embrace the impact. Everything you thought you could take back. We all wish that it didn't work like that. 1, 2 times 10, so close to being perfect, but so far away, but so far away. Yeah, so tally off another day. Watch the scenery. Catch whatever glimpse that you can manage to see. 'Cause you'll be forced to face forward so blind and unclear. Crash into your fears as they approach.
Do you still have the guitars you recorded this album with? I do.
Some just ahead. And for 1 second you let go of the tread. Then all you see is black and blood. You're screaming, what do I know?
I'd be playing this one, but
To a plan for a
the
go,
strings are much rustier.
to a brace for an impact. Everything you thought you could take back. We all wish that it didn't work like that. 1, 2 dissect, so close to being perfect.
Yeah, this song became tally marks on, I think So Far?
Yeah.
So tally off another day. And then the breakdown.
So terrified, I'm losing my mind. I'm dying day by day from what's not so far away. And you say so far's enough. This life fucking sucks. I've hit the ground, I can't get out. So will you slow down? Do a plan for a goal, do a brace for an impact. Everything you thought you could take back. We all wish that it didn't work like that. 1, 2 dissect, so close to being perfect, but so far away, but so far away. Yeah, so
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
another day.
Yeah, tally off another day.
Yeah, yeah. All the things that you thought you could take back. We all wish that it didn't work like that. So tally off another day.
And then fades back up. I forgot it fades back up. I actually forgot about that. I thought the piano just came in.
Boiled off all your hate.
My lower range was so bad back then.
Like you're lugging
Dead weight. And every step you take is like another waste on another day gone by. Can't bring yourself to try, you've cried enough. This unlit room is dark, but just a tad.
And after all the mood it sets ain't bad. And you start to think this kind of thing will last until you die. Time just doesn't fly, it gets tough. Posture slumped, your joints hurt and you ache. You can't feel your pulse or even tell if you're awake. So close your blinds and stay inside, 'cause you know that you're scared. Say la vie and who cares? Life is life, and what's fair is fair. In your prose, you overuse the word
Fuck it, I'm using this guitar.
so you look for something else to write instead. There's so much to do, but fuck if you could motivate yourself to just start something else to kill your time. And the room fills up with piles of empty cans. You're so cold, you're afraid to touch your hands. And you will confess this pit's a mess, but you'll sit in your groove. This place feels like a tomb, and that's just fine. Posture slumped, your joints hurt and you ache. You can't feel your pulse or even tell if you're awake. So close your blinds and stay inside, 'cause you know that you're scared. Say la vie, and who cares? Life is life, and what's
This whole song's good. I have no comment.
you pretend? Is there anything that you're able to mend?
This is like
Your ability to care is just scarring on.
it's like happy piano, like Bad Day.
The pain head on and just
Like that song Bad Day, but it's not about like feeling better, it's just about like feeling it.
How to even feel irate. When you hear good news, you still can't relate. You can blame who's to blame when it's probably your fault. Those thoughts are in the vault, locked away. Now this matter what's left to say. Posture slumped, your joints hurt and you ache. You can't feel your pulse or even tell if you're awake. So close your blinds and stay inside, 'cause you know that you're scared. Say la vie, and who cares? Life is life, and what's fair is fair.
God, I forgot. God. Let me stop. Hang on. Okay, gotta stop before that song. I forgot. Okay, that cause and effects, I basically almost nearly unchanged, just kind of re-recorded and mixed better, just better takes basically. Those songs are almost note for note unchanged on so far. And I'm gonna say again, if you go in my Discord, and one of the top news posts right now is this Trying Too Hard Restored playlist, which is all of the songs that Trying Too Hard ended up being. So Shut Up, Trying Too Hard, Aesthetic, 24, Tally Mark, C'est La Vie, etc., etc. All the songs we've heard so far, besides Astrocartographer, that one's not out yet, are up there. But yeah, I don't think I have a particular lyric that sticks out just because the song in entirety sticks with me. Yeah, I think Tally Marks and C'est La Vie, I think they hold up. God. I do know that the new version has like the ooh, and the C'est La Vie is the first song that I did when I redid C'est La Vie. It was the first song I redid where it uses the oh as like a motif. I fucked it up there, but you know that one. The oh shit. And yeah, this next song is also one that I've kind of taken bits and pieces from, but whenever I go back and listen to it, I'm like, wow, that's actually not bad. This is another song that sort of followed 724 in my like emotional journey of, learning how to songwrite personal shit.
I'm not usually the one who speaks out after years of being told to back down, and watches all that makes us human falls apart. Just look at me now, the smooth passing by of every week, and All those years of never knowing when to speak, I've trapped myself and now I have to set me free. And I know how. And after my alienation, broke through illusion, saw your grip stone cold. And despite your exaggerations, what do you want to know? It's easier to say the words than to ensure the message gets through. You'll never have to pay an effort when responsibilities do. It's harder now to fight for nothing when you can let it rest and back down. In spite of you, I tried my hardest, and now I think it's time we turn around.
That's my favorite thing about this song, is at the end of the song, it doesn't finish the last bar before it moves on.
I'm not usually the type for dice or cards. You've played your ace of spades, I'll keep my eight of hearts. You're rolling snake eyes from your precious loaded dice.
Are you planning to put the album on Spotify now that you pre-released it? I kind of think it would be redundant. I might, maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I kind of don't want all these things. I might put Turnaround out. Okay, hang on. I gotta rewind. Hang on. What the fuck was that? What did I? Listen to this guitar here. Listen to this guitar line.
Such a backfire. Lesson materials, including life and death. I've missed your principles of teaching no respect.
What the fuck was that?
Sometimes I
don't do that anymore. Why don't I do that anymore? Why don't I do pin squeals?
Sick and tired.
Oh god, I gotta do more pin squeals.
After my alienation,
I'm sorry.
Broke through illusion, saw your sick, dead soul.
I stopped doing high gain guitar stuff. I gotta start doing that again.
Affiliations, what's left to know? It's easier to say the words than to ensure the message gets through. You'll never have to pay any effort when responsibilities do. It's harder now to fight for nothing when you can let it rest and back down. In spite of you, I tried my hardest, and now I think it's time we turn around.
What the hell was I thinking? What is wrong with
The
me?
words that to ensure the message gets through. You'll never have to pay any effort when responsibilities do. It's harder now to fight for nothing when you can let it rest and back down. In spite of you, I tried my hardest, and now I think it's time we turn around.
it starts doing a verse from 724 behind it. Okay. That song, I think, you know what? I might re-record that song, just genuinely. It's so good. That song is so good. That's the... Turnaround is my favorite song on this album. 100% Turnaround is... I would not change a damn thing. I would just re-record it with better sounds. Because, oh my god, that... That. I love that. I don't know what it is about that, but I love it. And the I can't even do it. I'm not high gain enough. God, that's incredible. I love how it keeps building and building. Yeah, that's my favorite thing about that song. I don't do that much anymore. It's also very long. It's 6 minutes long. I would probably shorten it a bit if I were to re-record it, just because it hangs on too much stuff too long. But also, what the hell was that solo? And then it does this. What? I wrote that at 18? I can't believe that. Try learning pinch harmonics on an acoustic and it's a lovely experience. You just can't do it on an acoustic. You just kind of can't do that. God. We're getting to the end. We have And So He Screams. And then we have a short intermission before the end of it. Let's listen to this song. Start over.
He runs aimlessly, hoping he might run into himself.
Oh, I think
Escaping all his known self-decency. At first glance he's insane, but if you thought you'd strain, how could one be this broken this easily? A small stone trips him to his knees, on all fours gripping memories, and he knows who he'll be. He has no use for these, and a dam breaks in his eyes. He's wasted all this time and lets go of his dreams as he screams. He never got his name.
Oh man, the drum parts in
Always
this.
lived in shame and sadly accepted inferiority.
I mixed some huge like 80s drums back in the day. That was absurd.
Surrounded by the soil, draining the last of his turmoil, running until he knows he's free. No words describe the pain he's felt, all of the torment he's been dealt, and not a single hand reached out to help. As a dam breaks in his eyes, he's wasted all this time.
I think there's a recorder and an ocarina part in here, and I like learned how to play those instruments. There's a recorder and ocarina part in here that I learned how to play those instruments for. You can barely hear it.
Last chance to remember pain as red tears streak from his veins. His sight fades as
Yeah.
it bleeds
This
as he screams.
this song was just done like most of the acoustic stuff on this up until the last track was done like on an old Epiphone that I hate the sound of, that in retrospect it doesn't sound that bad like on recordings. That guitar part was also interesting to me back in the day, but I ended up abandoning it. But that song became, to bide my time, I memorize syllables, chemical, emotion, cyclical, then it goes, with little motive, no way through it all, don't wanna know. It's, human, sometimes we forget what it means to be human, sometimes we forget what it means to be human, sometimes we forget what it means to be human, sometimes we forget what it means. Yeah, it's that song. But I did not save any of the lyrics or any of like the arrangement from this. I just kind of took that chord progression and the general vibe of the chords. Oh, why is this intermission 3 minutes long? There's only like one part that's worth it. You know what? Let's brave it. Okay, that's cool. I need to do that more, the pan back and forth thing. I think I do that with... Did I do that with, not this?
I'm gonna lick the left and right side of your winner.
That's Omar Flores. Okay, the context of this clip. I had, I had a group of people, I had just turned on the mic and I was adjusting levels, and the prompt I gave them from the other room was, have a normal conversation.
The whole wiener.
My whole wiener. What about the bottom part of my wiener?
Bustin' nuts.
The whole
Pause
entire
on my
wiener.
dick 'cause I
That's
look
less
like
than half.
Jesus.
Of
Oh.
a full wiener.
Oh.
Wait.
Wait.
Raising your voices a bit.
What?
I look like Jesus. I'm Robin Stevens. I have a penis.
That's Robin Stevens, and according to him,
I like dogs!
that's Darren Blaski.
Hey!
Dogs and cats.
Fuck!
Stephanie, get your bitch ass over here.
That is, oh god, Stephanie Sachs, who I went to middle school, I think, and high school with. I can't remember anymore.
Dear God,
Shut up, ho.
Christ be
She
with
can't
you.
hear me because it's going into the microphone.
Allah Akbar.
Fuck you, Stephanie.
They know the few lines are fuck, and Dear God, and so they're just riffing on that. Eventually I have this cut out.
Hello?
Okay. Are there lyrics? Is there lyrics for this? Is there like a transcript, or is this just gonna be, are we just raw dogging this for all of the distortion? No, don't go away from the page. In my place. Don't do that to me. Are you crazy? The most high school shit I've ever heard. It absolutely was. It 100% was. We were all in senior year. We were succumbing to that senioritis, you know. Where were we?
Hey, we interrupt the interruption of this intermission thing to steal the stage for a bit.
There's
This
me
is
when I
Case,
was 18.
the guy behind Jason Iscariot. I mean, like, behind as in the guy who is...
I still went
who
by
does
Case at the time.
the music. Anyway, there's only 2 songs left to go on this
I
album.
don't know
and
why
thank you for putting
why did I choose this fucking artist name?
Tumblr, the amazing... You, I probably wouldn't... But it's at...
Huh, wow, it worked.
There's Chris.
So, let me think of something to say to you all.
Chris, what the fuck are you doing?
Not just hacking into
We were at opposite parts of the country at this point, this was just faked.
your feed.
You can't just fucking do that. I was trying to hack into the feed too. I'd already hacked into it.
Sucks for you, man. My signal's stronger.
Hello?
Oh shit, is that an alien?
Am I coming through?
Case! Dude,
Are you the one who cut into my feed?
Okay, this
there's an
line,
alien on my screen.
That sounds like a personal problem.
people quote that
Answer my question.
back to me, trying to meme at me sometimes, like Chris does.
Alright, so,
And
like
Chris
I
is
was
ilk.
saying, this thing took me about a year to get finished, this whole album thing. And, again, did I thank everyone? Yeah. I want to thank the people who,
Fuck! Dude, that fucking alien just blew up my fucking computer!
again, that
sounds like a personal problem.
Smartass! It also sounds like a fucking room's on fire.
I think we ad-libbed the rest of this.
Here to help. What the fuck?
This is my friend Stu.
Coming to you live from somewhere on the outskirts of Kenosha, the Slender Man.
I recorded something for Stu literally yesterday, or like 2 days ago. We're still friends. This intro here is from the actual band we had at the time called the Slendermen, I think. From like someone's phone video of a gig we did, and we did this song.
He's our front man. He talks. I talk to people. The next song is called The Nursery. This one's for you, Lakeview.
I gave them writing credit on this song.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water.
It's a song about high school drama.
Tumbled down, broke their hearts. One person heard the sound, spread the word around. It won't be long until their story's torn apart. He said that she said, don't trust what he said. She said, you told me not to.
By the time I was recording this, my voice was so shot, and I couldn't do the backups for this, so I asked someone else in the, like Broadway stuck circle, Alex Serafinu, to do them for me. I don't know if you can even fucking hear me over the background. This is the song. Serafinu is on the backup vocals in the chorus of this, because at the time I was like, at this point my voice was so fried, and I was screaming everything, so I just could not hit those backup vocals anymore.
No longer cozy, life spread like the plague. Out of control. He said and she said, don't trust what he said. She said, you told me not to tell. So if you say so, what do I? Jack and Jill on the hill by themselves. Yeah. He said that she said, don't trust what he said. That she said, you told me not to tell. So if you say so, just what do I know now? Just Jack and Jill on the hill by themselves. Yeah. Man, not the shit again. When will it end?
This bridge is good.
You pretend that you hate all your friends.
I have a better version of that line though in Upswing though. Lakeview! Shout out! One of the lead guys, I don't know if one or both of the lead guys in Cult for Sale was also went to Lakeview Tech. I auto-tuned guitars back in the day. Nope, who's doing that? Who's doing that? The synth in the chorus is the same one from Trying Too Hard. The one that does the Avast Your Ass melody in Trying Too Hard, I just ripped it from that and also played the same thing here. That shit was catchy. I used the same, oh god, yeah. That song became View from the Upswing, which had like, oh man. That had pieces from like that and a couple other like unreleased songs that I did. Alright. Now 4 minutes of guitar loops and me with strep throat over it. Who's ready? It's time for the finale song. It's time for the finale song. I've wondered this for years. Someone says sing Pretty at the start of the nursery in that recording. Is Pretty a song that exists somewhere? Okay, wait, hang on. Let me go back to that. Let me hear that again. I want to see if I can hear what they're saying.
He's our front man. He talks. Yeah, I talk to people.
He says sing Clint Eastwood. That's Robin Stevens from the other clip. He was in the front row, and halfway through Michael's introduction monologue, he shouts, "Michael, sing Clint Eastwood!" Something we used to do is we would sit around in the Commons and try to like attempt the rap verse from Clint Eastwood. And it was something that Michael was said, like he tried really hard to like memorize all of it and be able to say all of it. Which, what's Clint Eastwood? That's I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. I'm vamping in a bag. I'm stalling, useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. I'm just trying to remember the rap verse. Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no age. Now I couldn't be there, now you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under a snare. Intangible, bet you didn't think so, I command you to. Panoramic view, look I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose, all you different crews. Chicks and dudes who you think is really kicking tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture tube, like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual. Hero who appears for you to hear you through, but you're too crazy. Lifeless to know the definition of what life is. Priceless for you because I put you on the hype shit. You like it? Gun smoking, righteous with one token, psychic with one. I'll possess you with one go. Okay. I just wanted to know if I still remembered that. Okay. If vamping annoys anybody, would that make them a vampire? Yes, it would make it vampire. God. And it clearly was for one person because they left. This last song, backstory. I feel like I need to, I gotta tell the story. I think it was the last thing that I recorded for this album as like a song written and recorded. There were bits and pieces that I was writing when I had strep throat and like 102-degree fever, 103-degree fever. And I felt like I was fucking dying. And the worst part of this is I was starting to realize that, like, you can be sick at very inconvenient times. I was missing days that were especially for studying and prepping for the finals at school. And they would explain to you when all the finals would be happening. It was leading up to finals week. And I literally thought, like, if I fuck up my senior finals, I'm going to be on the wrong foot for the rest of my fucking life. And it's all going to be because I was sick. And I can't do anything about that. And god damn it, I hate it. So, this weird guilt of not being able to do anything about it. And then the idea of, like, the most productive thing for me is just rest up and recover as good as I can so I can go back, but it's so fucking impossible to rest. When one, I have 102 fever, and two, I'm stressed, and so I wrote a bunch of stuff, I chose a verse, I went in and I asked my friend Jared, if I could Rover Red, on my newer stuff, if I could borrow his acoustic guitar, and I did. I think that guitar doesn't exist anymore. I'm not sure. But it's out of tune. It's like a quarter tune between, it's sharp a little bit, so it technically is like capo 2, even though, like, I had capo on 1 when I was doing it. But that's all the backstory for this song. It clearly sounds cut up because it was very cut up. I was so sick and I didn't want to, like, actually write a song all the way through. I recorded like 4 or 5 minutes of guitar loops and then chose what I thought was good. And I came up, while still having strep throat, with this song and recorded the whole thing in one day. And here it goes.
Reasons for these bags under my eyes. The effort I don't give except in lies. Maybe it's the weight of all the promises that I can't keep. But the universe will not let me.
I don't do that bar cutoff anymore. Oh man. I don't end that bar early anymore. I should start doing that.
Let's talk about the time I waste. What I said I do, but only say.
Oh god, the lyrics are different than what I remember.
Nothing was done today, but I feel I shouldn't be awake, exhausted from the same old grievance. Another day, another moral inconvenience. And who would bat an eye while the world around them dies? And who could? I can't seem to close mine. I wish that we were forced to find out. I wish we never knew what this was about. There's reasons why we fall so far so fast. There's reasons why the pluses never last. And rest is the world's best advice. But the universe would threaten if I tried. There's reasons for these bags under my eyes.
God, the effort I don't give in except in lies line was so. Oh man.
Universe will not let me sleep.
The primordial soup for all the compositions that came later, and I think that's the end. It's just the loop. Sleep Fever Dreamless is such an experience from start to finish. Threatened to Kill Me, I think, was a good change. Yeah. There's a lot. This album is very much demo material. The phrase "the effort I don't give except in lies" was because at the time, like, you know, I had like personal shit going on. I had like, you know, possible relationships starting. And at the time I was also dealing with like, you know, trying to figure out like my own gender shit. And there was this weird kind of guilt that like, you know, the person that you think I am may not be who, you know, the ideal person that I want to be. Like, I don't know if I'm lying to you. If I don't express that, but also having the fear of like leaving the trajectory that you have now. I think another subconscious underlying feeling was the fact that like I had become Carcat to a lot of people, and so it was going to be, I knew, like, this was me realizing at the moment it would be infinitely harder for me to like become my own person after all of that said and done. Like, how much harder it would be to, like, climb back from a sudden reputation, you know? Are we gonna listen to the secret bonus track as well? I think we should. I think we should listen to more of the bonus tracks. Check out all these bonus tracks. So, okay, I'm gonna skip the first like minute of this because I keep fucking it up.
Our nostalgia comforts us, the world's so dangerous out there. We try our best to keep.
Fucked up. Fucked up!
This is inside ahead of its time, okay? This is, okay, Bo Burnham? I was 9 years ahead of you, okay? Listen. Is this Capo 7?
No. Okay. Fucking 27 times the charm.
No, it's Capo 5.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's hard for kids like us to grow up. Our nostalgia comforts us, the world's so dangerous out there. We try our best to care. Before the pressure takes hold of us, the world's puppeteering us. I'm right here, and though you haven't said a word, I can hear your problems loud and clear. So can you see straight? Maybe I need more silver paint. So be it cold-blooded freak or a hot-headed creep screaming loud. I'll regret what I say, bring it up anyway, don't mind me. I'm just thinking out loud, though our sights on the stars, we won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? So tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? Well, we all know when push comes to shove, feeling insignificant to life's indifference to all. I'll help you break your fall. From the mindless attention getters, you could do so much better. I'm right here, and though you haven't said a word, I can hear your problems loud and clear. So can you see straight? Maybe I need more silver paint. So be a cold-blooded freak or a hot-headed creep screaming loud. You change everything, would that change anything? Don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud. Though our sights on the stars, we won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? So tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? All your antics come off as bizarre. You know it's possible to push it too far. You never knew that X could be too loud. What does it mean to be picked out in a crowd? We're the fools, we lose our cool and fall away from all the brave.
I think this was also done on Jared's
You're
guitar.
a cold-blooded freak.
It sounds better.
Hot-headed creep screaming loud. I would change everything. Would that change anything? Don't mind me. I'm just thinking out loud. Though our sights on the stars, we won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? So tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? I'll regret what I say, bring it up anyway. Am I trying too hard? You're a cold-blooded freak, I'm a hot-headed creep. Am I trying too hard?
Wow. I also included another, the demo of Trying Too Hard, which I think is the, like, old Rock Band mic version of it. I don't know if it has... No guitars. None. There's no guitars. Crazy. Oh my god.
Well, it's hard for kids like us to grow up when nostalgia comforts us. The world is so dangerous out there. You've tried your best to care before the stress takes hold of us. The world's puppeteering us right here. And though you haven't said a word, I can hear your problems loud and clear. So can you see straight? Maybe I need more silver paint. So be a cold-blooded freak or a hot-headed creep screaming loud. I'll regret what I say, bring it up anyway. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud. My head in the stars, I won't get very far. Am I trying too hard? Tell me, is this enough? Tell me if it's too much. Am I trying too hard? Well, we all know when push comes to shove,
This is
feeling
crazy.
insignificant to life.
It's really interesting because, like, not much changed other than, like, I added guitar to it. Like,
Mindless attention getters, I could do so much better. I'm right here, and though you haven't said a word,
I want to see, can I actually access
loud and clear.
the bonus songs?
See straight, maybe I need more silver paint. So be a
Somebody freak out and it creeps singing loud. I want to know.
I could change every
Let me see.
would that change
Oh, I can just go straight to him, can I?
I'm just thinking out loud with my sight on the stars. I won't get very far. Am I trying too hard?
Oh my god.
Tell me, is this
Okay, I can. Okay, I think we've heard enough of this. Or wait, is the... Oh, the bridge is different. That's right. Hang on. Sounds like some emulation of Owl City with the larger echoes of some of the lines. Yeah, it took me a little bit to learn how to use reverb. Oh, I didn't have any more lines there. Okay, I guess there's no reason to keep listening to it. Yeah, we've heard this. Oh, God. So, also included in the Hi-Am Case release are all of the songs, if you buy the whole thing, well, download the whole thing, all of the songs from We Mars, so we can listen to these. I don't want to listen to all of these because some of them, I want to listen to the ones that I used later, but not the ones, like Sleep Fever Dreamless, this is unchanged. It is unchanged. It is the same as, it is like literally the same as the one that's on Self I Can't Keep. So my brain heard that as We Mars. Yeah, like a small Mars. CAD 9 is also on the new album. But let's go through some of these. This one is also basically exactly the same. Monsters Nearby is very different. That art is fucking cool. Yeah, I did a lot with noise fields back in the day. I would just make fields of noise and then put different filters on them to make them look different.
It's a miracle getting in and out of bed.
I hate these verses so much.
When those sounds from outside won't go away. You've heard you should work harder, and you've heard you should lay back. And sometimes those words come from the same face. It's confusing first of all, and it's tiring, but not tiring enough to weigh your eyelids down. You have to keep your eyes out for those things with the fangs and the howls and the claws and the growls.
Yeah, the instrumental's worse.
Isn't it
God.
amazing how many strange things pop in your head? In bed, it's hard to sleep like this, thinking of all these strange things when you should rest. It's hard to sleep like this when there's monsters nearby. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired, but there's monsters nearby.
Again,
Dead tired.
I had no idea how to use de-essing before.
I'm dead tired, but there's monsters nearby. From the sounds of all this, I bet you
I shouldn't be
don't
scrolling through my
hide.
whips on
Though you
screen.
may have gotten bit, well, at least you haven't died. And why don't you bite back is some fucked up advice, 'cause the metaphor really can't work that way.
Oh god, I have such
But
better
the
version of that line on the
venom in
fucking
your
unsick.
veins speaks volumes about how much of an escape you could use.
The metering on the verses in this is so fucking
And you
bad,
know
in my
if
opinion.
you don't run, they're gonna catch you. But sometimes you just
Where's
wanna
Monsters?
break. And isn't it amazing how many strange things pop in your head? In bed, it's hard to sleep like this, thinking of all these strange things when you should rest. It's hard to sleep like this. I'm dead tired.
Yeah, the original title was You May Not Rest Now, There Are Monsters Nearby.
I'm dead tired, but there's
The original title was totally a Minecraft reference. It was literally You May Not Rest Now, There Are Monsters Nearby.
dead tired.
Sorry, I said that twice.
I'm dead tired, but there's monsters just assume, but you
After the
feel
bridge,
them around.
after the bridge, I'm just gonna pull up the sick version.
Try to second guess what you're falling for. Take a step into the dark. They might wanna show. So let the fears
We'll be right back.
go and let them all know what your dreams are made of. Isn't it amazing how many strange things pop in your head when you're in bed? Thinking
God, it's so
of all
hot.
these strange things when you should rest. When you should rest. And isn't it amazing?
Okay, we've heard enough. I just want to, let me just back to back this, because this is one of the most, like, oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Instantly better. Instantly better.
Getting out of bed's hard enough. Getting in is tough when outside sounds I cannot stand won't go away. You're here to try harder. You're here to lay back. That voice behind
8 years ago.
polarized advice can be the same. The dark's more confusing than tiring. Low light
back.
with eyes wide open for creatures I've heard are first in hiding. Some with fangs, some with horns, some with claws, some with more. Ain't it amazing how many strange things pop in your head? In bed, it's hard to sleep like this. Thinking of all these strange things when you should rest. 'Cause it's hard to sleep like this when there's monsters nearby. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired, but there's monsters nearby. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired, but there's monsters nearby. From everything you've seen, I'm sure you're out of ways to hide. And though you may have gotten bit before, it takes a little more to die. You're only told advice like, why don't you bite back? That's nice, but I've tried, and the metaphor doesn't work like that. But the venom in your veins speaks for
The verses just work so much better, in my opinion.
the silhouettes you can't
The Wee Mars version is wild and unhinged. Oh yeah, absolutely. This gels together a lot better. Like hearing it back to back shows the growth.
There's nothing there. Ain't it amazing how many strange things pop in your head? In bed, it's hard to sleep like this. Thinking of all these strange things when you should rest. 'Cause it's hard to sleep like this. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired. Monsters nearby. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired. I'm dead tired, but there's monsters nearby.
I think this is probably one of the okay, let me
What's just assumed, but you swear you hear them there, just over a boom.
it's such a better line.
What you're falling for, and step into the dark. I thought it was hard, but just at the start, only get so far, putting all those dreams of yours. Ain't it amazing how many strange things pop in your head? In bed, it's hard to sleep like this.
This is probably the this is the most produced song I have. It's probably the poppiest, and also this is still one of my favorites.
It's hard to sleep like this when there's monsters nearby. Monsters,
Let's go back. Oh god, You Tried. Did I use You Tried for anything ever? A long time later, it would not be until 4 albums later that I actually did a song off the back of Trying Too Hard. This I scrapped.
Now, already this sounds a bit familiar. At this point,
By the time I was on We Mars, I really did not care about the lyrics I was writing, and it sort of set a precedent. It sort of set a precedent for like the self-deprecation of later album narratives.
I read off the screen, and if they rhyme, it's good enough for me. It's when your hands get tired and your throat's on fire, and the wants ain't worth the work, and your eyes get blurred, and you're still unsure. Well, prepare since it gets worse. Said a bit too much, haven't done enough. You tried, you tried, you tried. You'll regret that fact, can't take that back. You tried, at least I'll give you that.
Yeah, wow. Already this sounds a bit familiar because it was one of the first songs I wasn't picking up reused motifs from. Oh my god.
Well, right now it's a mess. We've got a ways to go, so hope for the best. There's words on the screen that I wrote way too critically, so I read on the screen, but to me it's still a mystery. It's when your hands get tired and your throat's on fire, and the wants ain't worth the work, and your eyes get blurred, and you're still unsure. Well, prepare since it gets worse. Careful what you say, lest you look insane. You tried, learn to play your cards, now you've gone too far. You tried, yeah, you tried so hard.
This part of the solo is really good. I really like this. Where did Twitch go?
Time to wrap up, 'cause you fucked up. What you had ended up debris, and now you're cast out till you find her to make us take you seriously. It's when your hands get tired and your throat's on fire, and the wants ain't worth the work, and your eyes get blurred, and you're still unsure. Buckle down since it gets worse. Careful what you
that.
say, lest you look insane. You tried, with no holds barred, still not up to par. You tried
That guitar part.
so hard. And no, you won't get too far with your head in the stars. You tried, yeah, you tried so hard. You tried so hard.
Wow! That drum break was so good. Okay, I gotta redo this song. I gotta rewrite this song.
You tried so hard. Yeah, you tried so hard.
All the talking at the end, what was that? I can't believe I've been here nearly a decade and only just realized this is a mirror to Trying Too Hard. Now, okay, what's weird about this is a lot of the lyrics in this ended up in this song here, which I think I have a better version of. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? In the... This song here. Okay. This song's from like 3 months ago.
I remember when I never left my bed. People make plans, I turn them down. I got sick of that, got my day back, but now it's easier for me to burn out. I never get it.
The lyrics are just basically rearranged from You Tried.
Pushing through the worst. Back to bed and I can't rest, cause the things I never felt hurt now.
The chorus especially.
Too high on a feeling like I've never been. Too wired to sleep till 2 a.m. again. Burning out on your screens, my throat's frightened. In my head I think I'm hardly trying. Always in a panic.
Yeah. God, we're going back and forth through all the evolutions here. This song has so many evolutions. This song, you know what? Maybe we should just listen to all of them. Oh, you hear that drum?
There's reasons for these bags under my eyes. It's effort I don't give except in lies. Maybe it's the weight of all the promises that I can't keep. But the universe will not let
It's that.
me sleep. Time I waste.
The djembe is the real star of this song.
Only say, and nothing was done today, but I still feel I shouldn't be awake.
I also have not,
Exhausted from
because it was in the middle of a song, I did not properly thank Queen Snarf for the 11,500 bits, but thank you so much. That's an absurd amount of bits. I appreciate that immensely. The number did not register in my brain until just now. But oh my god, thank you so much.
I can't seem to close mine. I wish that we weren't forced to find out. I wish we never knew what this was about. There's reasons why we fall so far so fast. There's reasons why the pluses never last. And rest is the world's best advice.
I think here
But the universe would kill me.
you can definitely hear the drums are very programmed and the bass is also very programmed. It's very like stiff.
There's still so much left.
The acoustic guitar was redone for this. It was also written around like a MIDI piano track.
I've now lost track of days. In just one night, where all is just a haze.
I've long forgotten what dreams feel like. Another sleep, another eon lost from daylight.
I love that line so much.
And who would lend a word? It's more than just absurd.
I changed that line so much.
I think this can't be too much worse. This
stars have gone dark and I'm shaking.
The stars have gone dark and I'm shaking. It's like
I deserve anything.
one of my favorite lines I've written.
There's reasons why we fell so far so fast. And there's reasons why the pluses never last. I take my own thoughts with a grain of salt. When I tell myself that this is all my fault. 'Cause there's reasons for these bags under my eyes. It's the effort I don't give, accepting lies. Maybe it's the weight of all the promises that I can't keep.
Let me hear that solo. Let me hear that solo.
But the universe will not let me sleep. No, the universe will not let me sleep. Grant me a fever dream release.
God. And then this early version was just me doing the backup vocals. And then some cut vocals from the original of me doing the Grant Me a Fever Dream at least. So you could hear like Strep Throat Me in the background on the fade out. Love that. So I want to pull up, just because we're going through the evolution of this song now. There's a version there in the archive on for archivists on Patreon. I'm gonna pull this out of the ether for today. There's a file in the early demos folder called Sleep CG Demo. That is the Guitar Pro computer generated MIDI demo, and I want to play this just to show how note for note this song stayed for the rest of its evolution. This is what I wrote. I can't play it on screen because you'll see the URL, but listen to that MIDI. About the time I waste, the things I said I'd do but only say, and nothing was done today. I've got an odd question. I remember a Music Box melody track from one of your early albums. Does that exist? It may. That may exist. It may have been from Tin Deck. I would do like variations and demos and put them on Tin Deck a lot. the MIDI solo. It's the same. According to my file meta, this was in fall of 2012. I did that MIDI. I'm not gonna listen to the whole song over and over and over again every time, but I do want to just pull up, like, MIDI notes, all of them. Yeah, note for note. That song has not changed at all. I like 10 years ago, I was like, this is a magnum opus. And I kept it. Let's see. Self I Can't Keep. It's on here. Sleep. Track 9. Now, the fun thing about this one...
There's reasons for these bags under my eyes.
The vocals are better.
It's effort I don't give,
for one,
except
but also...
when I tell myself that this is all my fault.
The background vocals are actually... A lot of the background vocals are the same ones from We Mars. I just re-recorded the lead vocals.
Maybe it's the weight of all the promises that I can't keep.
I like how I deliver that chord.
But the universe will not let
and then the solo. Okay, is that the same one? Is that the actual same take of the solo? Because I forget.
Because the under my eyes will not let me sleep.
Okay, hang on. I need to know. I think it's different.
No, the universe will not let me sleep.
Was Self I Can't Keep supposed to be an acronym of SICK from the beginning? Yes. That's why I write it that way.
No, the universe will not let me sleep.
This part, I had a bunch of Patreon VIPs and people in my Discord, and also Kylie Henke and other friends of mine. Kylie, if you're still here, you're on this track.
No, the universe will not let me sleep.
Oh, hey, I'm in there somewhere. You may be. Let me see if I can find it.
No, the universe will not let me sleep.
Hang on. Sleep 360 Jam. Oh, there's the intermission. Oh my god. I remember when you were writing this and made that post, I was so excited to be a part of it. Oh my god. Hang on. Hi, I'm Case. I gotta find this. I gotta find the... Oh my god, it's not fucking showing up. Sleep 360 session. What that? It's burying my shit. It does not want people to see it. I did this in 2020. No, wait, that's Sick of It. That's the wrong one. Oh my god. I forgot I did an animation to that coughing intermission. Oh my god. When I recorded that, I took a huge hit off of a friend's vape and just like hacked into the microphone for like 2 minutes, and then took the like 3 or 4 most violent of the coughs and just strung them together.
Here's a song I wrote about insomnia and other stuff.
Oh god, the lag. And here's me note for noting the song live.
There's reasons for these bags under my eyes.
I did this in 2020.
It's effort I don't get.
Cause I had nothing,
accepting
I had nothing
lies.
else to do.
Maybe it's the weight of all the promises that I can't keep.
The real impressive part here,
But the universe will not let me
besides the ocarina, is the drumming and piano part. Note for noting the drums and piano is actually very hard.
Let's talk about the time I waste.
I literally like lift my hands off the keyboard in triumph that I got through the first section.
And nothing was done today. But
Here's
I
me,
still feel
like Closet Clono on
I
how to play.
shouldn't be awake. Exhausted from the same old grievance. Another day, another moral inconvenience. Into that night, while the world around them dies, and who could? I can't seem to close mine.
The reason I pop up from the table over and over again is
that
because
we
my
were
3D camera at the time, only could record a certain amount before overheating. And when it was like the last take I was doing a day, I would just literally, I would try to make sure I would only record bits and pieces at a time and stitch them together. I'm also I'm doing the nylon guitar part from the fucking, forever ago, somebody paid me like $5 to do the whole song in Carcat's voice, and I did it on this nylon guitar here. So I figured like, oh, if I'm gonna redo this song, I gotta have the nylon guitar line in there, because I never did like that version of the song again.
And I've long lost track of days. In just one night, where all is just a haze. I've long forgotten what dreams feel like. Another sleep, another eon lost from daylight. You've learned too many words. They're more than just absurd. But I think this can't be too much worse. The stars have gone dark and I'm shaking. No questions why I deserved anything. There's reasons why we fall so far so fast. There's reasons why the pluses never last.
I'm doing the high vocals on the drums.
Thoughts with a grain of salt.
I feel like drums are the position where you have to do the high vocals.
It's all my fault. Cause there's reasons for these bags under my eyes. It's effort I don't get accepting lies. Maybe it's the weight of all.
I had a take of doing this with the original person who did the violin in this spot doing the violin, but it got fucked up. The take got fucked up. So I had to record this last minute as like a bonus. And here's me note for noting the solo. I I guess, no, I took creative liberties.
No, the universe will not let me sleep. Grant me fever dream and release. No, the universe will not let me sleep.
Do you reckon you'll ever do more of the 360 sessions? I do want to. I really
Thanks
want to
for the
do more for especially for like some of the new songs. I would really love to do more for like for some of the stuff on Let's Try This Again. Addictive Personality would be really fun to do. Overcast would too. Bridges would be incredibly difficult. I think Bridges actually would be impossible. But I kind of want to do one for Addictive Personality. I kind of want to do one for, like, you know, Hardly Trying, Overcast. Some of the songs I can play like that. If I could get Kate in on one, I could do one. Misinformation. Queen Snarf gifted a tier 1 sub for Tazara Tazumi. Welcome. Welcome back to the club. What is it? Yeah, Queen Snarf in here with all them gift subs. Oh man, what else is there to go through? I do think, wait, there is an intermission too. What is this? What is this? 2 minutes. What? It took me out of it. Let me just play. Okay.
Because how could someone like me be able?
Okay, no, I hate.
I
this.
don't. It still won't.
Shedding faith and lies and always sacrifice for the good of our own kind.
Did I reuse this on here? Great day. This one I definitely know where I reused it.
We're falling out onto hard times. I keep my troubles buried like my bass lines.
Stupid line.
They might sync up with me once or twice, but not quite.
What capo is this song on?
Hit rock bottom, burning rubber.
Okay, hang on. What the fuck key is this song in?
You can tell that I'm stretching, but I've been away for some time. And if the hate in my inbox is anything at all to say, it's that today's gonna be a great day.
Oh, okay.
What goes on behind locked doors? Just oversimplified guitar chords. I keep hearing that they're too hard. We'll try playing them slow. Now what the fuck rhymes with piano? No, really, what the fuck rhymes with piano? I'm hitting too many dead ends now. Where do I go? And if the sirens keep bleeding into all of my mind's air,
critic. I did a full album without knowing how to sing. I'm too sick to track vocals. I guess I'm still tracking fucking vocals. It's not a big deal, I just wish I had something to drink. And if after an aspirin or two my head still aches, I know today's gonna
God,
be a
I've used
great
that
day.
chord progression so much. That. Okay, so I slowed the song down. I don't want to listen to the rest of this. God. There's a bridge!
Being critic. Sometimes I just don't give a damn. Expect the words from critics whose tastes I'll never understand. My life shouldn't be as hard as I make it. Wait for confidence so I don't have to fake it. Keep lying to myself until I believe what I say. 'Cause if the hate in my inbox is anything at all to say, and if the sirens keep bleeding into all of my mics every take, and if after an aspirin or two my head still aches, I know today's gonna be a great day. Yeah, today's gonna be a great day. Today's gonna be a great day. Today's gonna be
Oh, it just goes on. It just goes on for another 30 seconds. This one I ended up slowing down a lot and making a lot more, This one's also on Sick, wow. All the songs from, like, Trying Too Hard ended up on So Far, and then, like, the ones from We Mars ended up on Sick.
I never read into star signs. I've been misled in my hard times. Making wild guesses. Life stresses tend to make you think I'm a daydreamer. And I've seen minds wander. I try to keep mine out of water. When I think I might be seeing things. I'm feeling strange vibes, waking up to daylight, picking up on signs that could say why. In my current mental state, my grip around the present falls away. Asking where went yesterday? We had it way off the first time. We were raised on the worst lies. It's made me wonder if we're all under cursed eyes. So the dice keep rolling. I'll keep my life unfolding. It's been a rough road, enough holding at the climb. We're higher up than fine, but still I'm feeling strange vibes. Waking up to daylight, picking up on signs that could say why. This extrapolating fate has left my mental calendar with blanks. Asking where went yesterday? Coincidences must be more than just my intuition. Something's fucking wrong with us. You could call it bias, you could call it bias, but it's what I'm picking up. I'm feeling strange vibes, waking up to daylight, picking up on signs that could say why. In my current mental state, my grip around the present falls away. All this extrapolating fate has got me losing track of time and dates. And dropping heartbreak for headaches, it still makes for unfilled blanks. Asking where went yesterday?
Yeah. That was definitely definitely one of those oh god, Self I Can't Keep was the first like story album I did. Like I really wanted to do that from the get-go, and Self I Can't Keep was the first time I feel like I did it. But yeah, the last song on the bonuses is Nightly. This is probably older than all of the other songs. So I don't know how much more I can stream. We can sit around, we can chat. I can ask you more questions. You can ask me more questions about anything at all at any time. But this song is why is this song 6 minutes long? Why? Why? Okay, let's listen. Capo 3? Why?
There's too much for me to hide, and it's too much effort to lie. Conflicts confuse, I'm confined. My sanity's borderline. Converse with the open air. Tell stories whenever you're there. Just to listen, the only one who cares. Words can strike as dear.
This whole song is my first like foray into double entendre.
Implications.
It's talking about a guitar. It's talking about using like writing music to like escape and like make sense of problems. But it's written as if it's like a, you know, I need you, you're the only light in my life kind of love song.
With you. When words can't speak alone, I'll amplify it on my own. And every night I die a bit inside as I wish my world away. No scratch, that's too cliche. And every straw I think of how dumb it was to stay up all night with you. I'll start this page anew for you. It may be just an escape, but my thoughts, they always allay. The pseudo-bliss wears off, and all the effects just negate, until I'm with you again. And I strain as I wait for then. From life, myself I must defend. I lie to myself every day. Hope problems just go away. You're only a way to delay my admittance of staying the day. If words could delay the dawn, my time, it would be drawn out long enough to forget about the wrong. And every night
have a good stream, Spoonie. If you haven't already left, late at seeing that. I've been so absorbed.
I think of how dumb it was to stay up all night with you. I'll start this page anew. I'll find out what I have to do. And here I hope the world doesn't realize I
forgot about this part of the song.
Waiting around just to sacrifice thought after thought that dares to come near. And every night I die inside as I wish my world away. No scratch that you cliche. And every stroke I think of how dumb it was to stay up all night with you. I'll start this page anew. I'll find out what happened to you and it do. There's too much for me to hide, and it's too much effort to lie. I'm confused and confined, and I've already lost my mind.
That's another good one. That's a really, I'll never top that composition. I wrote that when I was like 15 or 16. Oh man, I played that at like a talent show when I was a kid too. Nightly. Yes, that one is a bonus track on Sick too. It's like the acoustic finale. Oh my god. That's all of them. Besides Sheep. I really didn't change much on Sheep. I just named it something different. Okay. So, if you want to go to jasoniscariot.bandcamp.com or if you want to go to highmcase.bandcamp.com, this album and the other EP is up with it right now. And here's the guitar I did it with, and here's the mic I did it with, and I'm working on a real-life version of the amp I emulated to do it. Already bought it about an hour ago. I'm glad. Let your friends know. Anybody who knew me back in 2012. And again, if you go to my Discord, which is at case.dog/Discord, you can go to this playlist here, the Trying Too Hard Restored playlist. I'm just going to post it in the chat, too. So if you want to back-to-back the songs from Trying Too Hard with the songs that they became, this is pretty much all of them. Almost all of them.
How lucky you are. Think I know your story so far. Back again to watch you fall. My favorite after. Adventurous only in spite. Favorite shape to catch my light. Will and rage flare like the sun. Would say you're too young. And I hope fire your eyes burns through your heart as well. I've watched 1,000 times. It all ends up the same. It's hell, and I've laid out the stars for you to follow across the endless night. look up at the sky, I'm waiting to see you fly.
Yeah. It's been 10 years. And what's weird about it is I'm kind of closer. I don't know. It's felt like time has swung all the way around in like a circle. I'm back to doing this kind of music now, but like feels so like everything has happened. I've had like a whole life journey, and I've sort of ended up not far from being the person I was when I started off. Because I had a whole foray. I went into, I went to like California, came back. I had trips over, going to different places, meeting different people, getting into different crowds, having different collaborations. And it's just kind of been nuts because settling back into this room and streaming from here again and being able to like build it up in a way that I never have before is, it's been fun. It's been like a different experience of the same sort of thing. I'm hoping, over the course of time, like, I'm hoping that when my new album comes out, some of you guys would be interested in in hearing what the style has become. I do have rough full mixes of that up for patrons up for VIP patrons in my VIP chat on Discord. It's so hot in here. It's so unbelievably hot in here. I can't believe it. Same thing, but better than it was. I feel like, yeah. Hydrate. I gotta do that. I'm so excited for the new album. I'm glad. I have only a few more things to finish up, to polish up before it's like done and I can send it off. And it's creeping up. It feels unreal. When I was putting everything together 10 years ago and I was going through files and seeing like, stuff I was uploading July 22nd, in 2012. And just like the scramble and how much weight I would put into releases. It feels like now the process happens a lot smoother. Going back now, I do realize there's some stuff that I abandoned that I got to start doing again. I think the next album, especially hearing all of this harsher, high gain guitar stuff made me really want to write more of that going forward. I'm going to be totally real. So I got like a, more pop rockish album coming out, but I definitely want to do something with more of those yeah. From what you've shown so far, I'm really excited. Yeah, the first half of it is up right now as an EP. You can stream it. It's called Hardly Trying. This is something I did for the Septuple Challenge, where back in March, I tried to write a 7-track EP over the course of that month. And I did it. And this is that. Some of the songs have changed. They're going to be different on the full album, but the full album's going to be out on Spotify and everything. And it has some callbacks. It's got some interesting callbacks to, like Trying Too Hard especially. Some of my better songs are like high gain, heavy guitar riffs. There's another September in September or October. There may be. I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming every day for it. And I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to be doing over the course of it. But I do want to do another in September. Probably mostly taking place like doing TikToks every day. Log in the experience like that instead of just straight up on streams. Because it'll give me more freedom, you know, to do stuff at different times a day. But yeah, I've just been wanting to do more heavy guitar stuff. I love that riff. Finish the songs I have from March during the summer? Hell yeah. Alright. Let's see. Is there any more trivia worth going over? Album? I pretty much said everything I could say. Something that's probably gonna happen in the near future. I might do this right after I release the album too. I want to find the original files for You Tried and Turnaround. And I want to rewrite You Tried, like different lyrics and stuff. I would want to just re-record Turnaround, like note for note, the same. That song is so good for me to just like waste forever. Recycling. Turnaround is too good to be in the state that it's in. It needs to be properly, processed currently. I got 2 capos just littered around. Oh god. The shortest song on here is just short of 4 minutes. That's another, like, absurd thing that I don't want to go back to. I used to do songs that are way too long. Let's look at Hardly Trying. Let's see. I'm here for a re-recorded Turnaround. I think I could do it better. Afraid of Me, Misinformation. Let's see, 217, 309, 316, 301, 309, 302. Like, the longest one on the album is even shorter and close to 4 minutes. That's absurd. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you guys a preview of my whole album. Let's see how far you get through it before I come back.
I like to dream into the day until it's dark. I like to scheme but always leave it all in parts. I like to plan what I would do. I'd like to have some follow through. I tend to spend unending time away instead of acting on the things I say. I try to plan everything through. I see what I need to do. Composure sinking, you'll be alright. You're overthinking, right? Say to wait until I'm famous when I make it, like I ain't already burned out on momentum or the patience. I'm out of names to talk about collaboration, cause I blocked everybody with credible allegations on them. And I don't need any more information on them. Opting out of the wave of crazy hating on them. Raking flames ain't a game I wanna play, keep a rating on them, I'ma look away. I ain't afraid to take a hatchet to the past and sack every sap who can only look back. And I ain't afraid to let a bad face pass and be that kind of act you're ashamed to blast. Is that just plain where I was made to be? Wanna be different enough to look the same to me? Talking to brick walls all facing me, or are they all just afraid of me? Say, they all say of me, they say I sound too unique. They keeping me from the screens. Are they afraid of me? Some say they hate it, just how intimidating. I can't get what I'm saying. You must be afraid of me. I just ghosted my old clique, took friends' word to turn down VO gigs. Made a pact with the band, damn, that broken. Now I'm just out here again, free floating. I'm fed up with like every scene. Not a click for me that I feel fit to be in. Begin to think too cynically, self-critically, to worse degrees. And personally, there might be more than 2 or 3 people that with less than negative impressions of me. But I say what I mean, you can leave me be. Let me drop my hot takes in 3 a.m. tweets. Nobody left saying make the best of the worst. I don't know what's bad till I've had something better first. Give me bars hardwired from a god with a smirk. I'm hardly trying and I'm making shit work. They all say niche, they say I sound too unique. They keeping me from the screens.
I love this song. It was the first one I did like for the Septuple challenge.
I can't get what I'm saying. Might as well be afraid of me. Might as well be afraid of me.
Yeah. I just put that on as a break so I could use the bathroom. But yeah. Let's chat. Let's have a little bit of chat. A lot of stuff's happened in the last 10 years, hasn't it? The world is a very different place now. We're now 2 presidents later. And, is it fair to say 2 pandemics later or 1.5 pandemics later? What are we at? A pandemic and a half later. Long songs are fun, but you've definitely gotten a lot better at balancing times like that. Yeah, I don't like doing long stuff anymore, just because I feel like earlier in my career, I had a lot to say, and I feel like I don't really have a whole lot to say anymore. You know, it's just sort of maybe 1.75. Oh God, I haven't been here the whole 10 years, but it's been amazing to see how far things have come just in the time I've been here. Yeah, it's like that's the thing I'm sort of amazed by is like the mixing that been able to do obviously has gotten better. The compositions, though, God, I was putting a lot more thought into things back then. I guess that's like the result of being in school when you're not paying attention in school all day and just thinking about that. When you have other life shit to do and you got to pay attention to everything in particular, like songwriting time becomes like its own thing. It's not just like a thing you daydream about all day. Sometimes it's like that, but it's harder. Showed my mom Afraid of Me sometime. Last week she was like, "Oh, I like this. Who is this?" And I told her it was the same person with the plague doctor. She was like, "Oh my god." See, that's interesting because those two songs sound really similar to me. They're the same kind of like, you know, blues jazz melody over it, you know? Oh, let me fade up. Let me fade up the music here. Oh my god. So, in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in an amphitheater, the Penoyer Park Band Shell on July 31st, me and my friends, Halt for Sale, which is my new, the new thing I'm a part of, are going to be playing at 7 p.m. If you're in the area or if you know anybody in the area, come check us out. Actually, I got a link. Hang on, where is it? I've gotten to casually listen to a lot of your stuff on Pandora. That's crazy. Oh god, the wide appeal. Booking a ticket from Europe. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm getting back into doing performances now. It's actually a thing. Here. If you can't make it and you want to help me and my friends out, let me get a link here. It's being very slow. Can I just copy paste this? Copy. Yeah. I don't know if you can book a ticket from afar, but you can donate to this GoFundMe. And if you add Cult for Sale, this is important. Add Cult for Sale in the comments. Say that you're donating for Cult for Sale. Because that means Cult for Sale will get half of your donation. So we'll be able to further fund. We got to split between 6 people, so, you know. But this is going to be the return. And also, no, Cult for Sale was not my idea to name it that. It's very funny that it's called Cult for Sale, and that I'm in it. But that is entirely coincidental. Nothing to do with the cult shenanigans of 2012. If anybody remembers the cult shenanigans of 2012. God, it's been a time. It has certainly been a time. I'm so glad that I have gotten to record and produce and release and get feedback on over 100 songs over the course of the past 10 years. It's been wild. It's been great experience because now, you know, people can walk in my door and give me a track and I can produce it and I can feel good about what I'm doing and now I can sit down with people and I can write and I can chip in lyrics and harmonies and stuff, and I'm so glad that I've been able to do this through my whole life. It's all been because of generous support from viewers and listeners like you. So, we're getting back on it. I'm getting back on it. I'm doing I'm on a couple songs in the background for Cult for Sale, and I have 2 of my own songs that I'm doing. I'm gonna be doing Sweeter and Placebo. God damn. I'm sort of here spinning my wheels. I don't know what more there is to do. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I'm gonna wait until it hits 3:30, and then I'm probably gonna check out if there's nothing happening. Call for Sale is such a great name too. Yeah, I love that name. See y'all. Join this list. Oh god, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people throwing down. There's like no comments yet. We gotta ratio them. We gotta ratio them on them comments. We gotta get some Cult for Sale comments up in there. God. Thanks a bunch for everything. I was lurking mostly, but I had a great time. I'm glad you had a great time. This has been an interesting experience. It's been fun to go back and do this. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's been 10 years. I can't believe, like... It's... You know, time has just felt like it hasn't really passed at a steady rate for the past 10 years, to be totally honest. Was there anything particularly surprising looking back on all of this? I forgot how good some of my guitar parts were back then. I will say that. I was pretty good at writing guitar parts back then. They were really interesting. So glad I ended up seeing this on Tumblr like 5 minutes before you were supposed to start. I'm glad you found it. I'm glad you could be a part of this synchronicity. You found it at the right time. You want to know what I couldn't do 10 years ago? What I'm gonna do to finish off the stream here? I couldn't drink. This here is a beer called Moon Man. It's from New Glarus, which is like a Wisconsin brewing company. This is my celebration, okay? I'm a fucking adult. I'm a full-fledged... My frontal lobe has been fully formed for several years now. Listen. That's the biggest change. I don't think I had tried any no, wait, painkillers. I was on painkillers. I was gonna say, I think I was entirely sober. Like, back when I recorded Trying Too Hard. That might be the difference. But, no, I was probably on painkillers. God. Yeah, I donated what I could. Moon Man is a fantastic name. Yeah, not only that, it's got a paw print on it. So, you know. I feel like it's appropriate. I feel like it's the most appropriate thing. The pod people are probably going to be here at around like 5-ish. So I should probably spend a little time reorganizing some stuff, but built for you, absolutely. Beverage. Thank you, Case, genuinely for all the music these past 10 years. Here's to the next 10 and there on after. Yeah, I don't know. I want to increase the pace at which I put out music. That's my thing. Let's do 200 songs in the next 10 years. That's my goal. I want to get 350 songs total by the time that I am 38. That's my goal. This is pretty good. It's spicy. Hydrate. Don't worry, I still got half a bottle of water here. Here for that, but please don't burn yourself out. Here's the thing. The more support that I get on this stream, the more people are able to share my stuff, and the more performances that I'm able to do. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. The beachfront thing, like, Cult for Sale, coming together, like, bringing us, like... Because there's other acts that are bigger than me that are also playing, that also have songs in that show. And I'm fine with just taking 1 or 2 songs, but, like, the more that I'm able to perform, and the more that I'm able to stream and do this and be supported through, you know, stream subscriptions and Patreon and etc. and sales, Spotify streams even, the more that I'm able to do this, the more time and effort I'm able to put into it. It's and you know, I've been doing a lot of music. You're hearing 1/3 of the music I've been doing this year, right? If you've been paying attention to the Septuple Challenge and the other like album recording stuff, you've heard about 1/3 of the music that I've been working on this year. You haven't heard any of the Cult for Sale stuff. And there's other projects that I'm working on with friends that some of you may have heard bits and pieces of, but I may be overestimating too. It's probably more like a half. But yeah, if I'm gonna leave you with anything, I'm gonna leave you with that. Look out for Cult for Sale. Keep a lookout on the highmcase.bandcamp.com page for my new album, which is called Let's Try This Again. And okay, I will show you this. I've shown it to a couple people in the VIP chat, but the cover for Let's Try This Again, the cover photo. I want to show you the raw photo because I love it. Here it is. Here it is. So I'm gonna figure out the lettering. But this is gonna be the album cover for my next album. Where'd Twitch go? Keeps vanishing. Here it is. Oh my god. Such a good cover. Yeah. I'm doing the full Trying Too Hard throwback with it. I actually just went out and got the Trying Too Hard image, but in real life. No title yet? The title of the album is Let's Try This Again. That's really cool. Yeah. So this is actually where I would go running. Like the photo for like sunrise and here and stuff is all along this like same coast. So like I just feel like it's just really, there's so much motif in the practice of like, you know, zooming the camera out to like the outside of the park, across the street from the park, and then getting the angle from Trying Too Hard with me like standing there with an umbrella. Like, and then, you know, after, it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years since the last Hi, I'm Case album. Let that sink in. It doesn't feel like it. I love all the themes you do in the callbacks. I really like tying things together and having like, you know, narratives and links between things. It's just, it's my favorite part of art. It's what makes art to me, you know? How has it been 4 years? I don't know. Kind of poetic that the original subtitle of the song, Let's Try This Again, was This Is the Last Hike song. Yeah. Originally, it was going to be because I wanted to start I was going to start a different band. Like, the sentiment behind it was like, okay, let's try this again. Like, let's end this career. Let's try something, you know. Let's try a new perspective on doing this. Let's try a new project. And then once that band fell apart, coming back to Let's Try This Again, and I ended up re-recording Let's Try This Again too, to make it more upbeat. That also adds to the significance of that song. But it ended up being like, all right, I can't do that anymore. Let's try this again. Let's do Trying Too Hard again. What about the Green Blues? The Green Blues was written to be like the debut of the Green Blues as a band, but the Green Blues is not currently a band right now, so. Yeah, Crozide and Buzzified came out. in between, I think in between Hike 3 and this one. But yeah. Look out for Let's Try This Again, and also, the Trying Too Hard re-release is available everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but both places where you can find it. And what is available everywhere is all of the songs that Trying Too Hard became, besides Astrocartographer. I'll get there. And you can find that, again, there's this playlist here, Trying Too Hard Restored. I'm going to post it again. I'm going to post it again if anybody missed it. If you want to back-to-back the original versions of the songs with the songs that they became, here's the playlist where you can do that. It's available in the places that it's available. Yeah, both of my Bandcamps. That's everywhere to me. Everywhere I have control over. Let's try this again. Yeah. I would name the album that, but that's too much. God. Okay. I think this stream has run its course. Unless anybody has any more questions and you can string me along with questions, I'm probably gonna tune out. I have so much time, so I don't really have anything to do. So you can just keep stringing me along. I'll just run out when I burn out. Now available online, not just on my high school iPod. Yeah, that's a weird thing to think about for me, is that so many people had this saved on like really old devices, and because of the nature of technology, they can't get them off those devices, and that's like the only place where they exist. Where is Let's Try This Again?
I have to keep the lines that I some way to rediscover the me I'm of the time I lost.
It's after this.
My grown man, it's I to feel right. You don't know me.
I listened to them on a Zune for a long time. Oh my god. Then forgot you. Wait. I don't think I've heard this album since it was released all those years ago. God damn. It still feels weird that it's been 10 years. I have a lot of memories watching your streams when I was in high school 6 or 7 years ago. On the bus home. Oh my god. I forgot I've been streaming on and off this entire time too. So let's try this again. Let me try this again. I also forgot Zunes existed.
I guess I could have tried harder. I could have gone farther. Big talk.
You streamed when you sang Hike songs from the first two albums in like 2017? Oh yeah.
I know I've lost it, but did I lose it too? Staring off, overthinking like I do. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna go back. I think I'm gonna go mad. Believe me, I can't stop the arcs, so stop.
Here's something I'm gonna reveal to you, an insecurity that I have. My live voice, my natural, like, I go and I sing these songs live voice is different than the song I used to record with. Because specifically, I am very conscious of sounding like Carcat. And so I always change what I'm doing a little bit. But if I just go in, the feel on my voice is totally different. Is the canonical pronunciation of hike? Hike, yes. It means this in Latin. Like that, I think. I mean, that's how I say it. Also. I'm gonna blow your mind again. Hang on. Moon Tarot card. Hang on. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna leave the album going. I've always pronounced it high C like the juice. You know what's funny? The DJ for, he just messaged me. The DJ for Cult for Sale goes by DJ High C. Likewise, otherwise the Latin sick is pronounced psych. That's not, is that true? You will never sound like KK to anyone who's never been to your old Tumblr. Okay, here's the thing though. Let me go back to the Jason Iscariot shit. Let me go back. Where'd it go? I can't find it. What happened to all the... Okay, Google Chrome. Here's the thing. There's so many more people that listen to Trying Too Hard than listen to Self I Can't Keep, I think. I could be wrong. No, it's about the same. I always know that there's people from back then. That's why people have been asking me to re-release Trying Too Hard, like, so much. Like, I know that they're still there. DJ High C, that's great, yeah. Cult for Sale is also my, fucking label name in LeetSpeak. If you abbreviate it. Yeah, there's a lot of people that found me from Spotify, and I'm grateful for them. There's a lot of people that found me from the Nightcore mix of Smoke Damage, and I'm grateful for them too. They saved my life, unironically. I would not be able to have passive income. I would not be able to survive month to month if it were not for the weebs that got super into Smoke Damage when they found that fucking Nightcore mix of it. Smoke Damage has gone gold, okay? That is my one-hit wonder song, and it's all thanks to weebs that had nothing to fucking do with the AKB shit, and I'm so grateful. God. Listen, the middle schoolers looped my shit so hard that Google banned me from their service because they thought I was cheating. Smoke Damage is where I found you like 5 years ago. That's nuts. My mom chilling on Pandora with your music. Oh my god. Is Nightcore a thing anymore? People now just slow and reverb songs.
From your solar plexus to your neck up, it'll wreck us. These stress complexes, rolling vexes, feel perplexed, unrested, let us go.
That's so funny, it's crazy. That's how you know you made it. Yeah, when kids start nightcoring your songs and making AMVs of your shit, that's how you know you've made it. I guess that's Daycore. Yeah, Daycore is the lo-fi slowed down with reverb mixes of songs. Yeah, now hyperpop is already a thing, so people can't, like, all the kids who grew up with Nightcore shit started making hyperpop. So you don't have to Nightcore it anymore, it just comes like that. I'm just playing through my entire new album. It's worth it though. Because, okay. One thing, I'm gonna talk about this. Trying Too Hard also set up the paradigm of doing the double song, like the causes and effects. There is totally 100% a double song on the new album, and the transition is like my favorite. 2 songs in the same key. Tempo's like a third off from each, or like a 1/3 off from each other. And it's at the end of this song, so I'm just gonna let it play and keep talking. Is that not just vaporwave? Vaporwave usually involves chopping up the samples, not just slowing them down. Smoke Damage playing in another room, slow post reverb, 1 hour. Do it. Do it if you're bad. Okay, 2025, I gotta do a 10th anniversary stream of Smoke Damage when I'll just do it with a full band around the table. Okay, here's this. Listen to this. I love that so much. It's just the same chords, but the bass and drums come in.
Catching the survivors, like endless fibers.
This song's my favorite on the album. I'll say that about like 7 of them, but do it. Holy shit, I will loop it in our house. Oh my god. I don't know if I would. I don't want to be the one to do that. I don't want to be the one to be putting out derivative content of my own shit over and over. I do that enough. Red and I trade off vocals on this. I love it.
Nothing running under, turning into fissures, overrolling thunder. Don't worry, no hurry. Watch what I can do. Don't count me out yet too. I won't go down with you.
God, I love this song. Yeah, I definitely need to do heavier shit. I strayed away from doing heavier shit when I was younger because I felt like I couldn't sound too, like, you know, like, aggressive, you know? I feel like my voice is aged enough now that I can start doing the, yeah, like that kind of shit and sounding like good and not cringe. Some knelt at my altar on a well with line coppers, come hell or high water. I'm fine! You falter! I love that shit. Thank you so much, Soulless Mystic, for stopping by. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Gonna go buy the shit on Bandcamp now? Oh my god. Also, thank you, Murder Freak, for the bits. I appreciate all of, how many is that? 5? 5 black pyramids. Love it. 5 black tetrahedrons. Antimatter. No cringe, only Lemmy. Yeah. Thank you, Queen Snarf. Oh my god.
You're burning bridges over rivers, nothing running under, turning into fissures, overrolling thunder. Don't worry, no hurry.
What's what I can do?
Count me out yet too. You won't take me down with you. The bridge is burned.
Fade out on the Nirvana song. 5 black pyramids among the dark. 5 black pyramids upon the dark desert sand. I was really close to not putting this song on the new album. It was more of an experiment. Like, I really wasn't thinking about it. Are we hype training soon? I don't know if that's possible. Can we end this stream with a hype train? Is that possible? Deny me, deprive me of higher ground. Yeah.
I'm fooling my sense of pride, left behind, dead inside.
Bad influences rotting through the roots.
Come inside me if you can find me where I'm hiding now. Deny me and deprive me of higher ground. No recognizing me. Come find me. Come find me.
The thing about this album is, like, the production is better than, like, it's me trying too hard again. You know, writing new songs along the same lines with kind of, like, incorporating stuff that I've learned since then. This song is, like nothing I've done. There's a lot of stuff on here that ends up being, like, nothing I've done before. Those building harmonies, though.
Come inside me if you can find me where I'm hiding now. Deny me and deprive me.
The song is just Hideout 2. Someone donate like $1? Well, I would. Oh my god, Murder Freak is donating even more of the Black Pyramid bits. All this cheering. All this antimatter cheering. Oh my god, more pyramids for you. I appreciate it so much. You guys are just listening through my whole new album, too. My first album and my newest album, back to back. I forgot I wrote the song. And how bad do you feel about that?
Did you know those with the most despair? Never there.
Never there.
Never cared.
Never cared.
Doesn't that make you feel bad? The code is so sure to show the most.
The circle is complete, yeah.
Post, row by row. Hey, you aware? Could you be careful? Are you
The biggest change is, like, the drums and the bass sound way more real.
till it's over? When we get another reason to keep up. Wide awake, all getting older. The sunlight never feels like it's enough.
The sunlight never feels like it's enough in that melody was something that, like, had stuck around forever. Whoa! Semaphoric Wave cheered 100 bits. That's a lot. That's so many shapes. That's like a, I don't know what that is. It's an octahedron or something, I guess. I can't tell. Thank you so much. I'll say that I can't do. Fuel for finding solutions. Diluted by the pollution. All the caffeine and sleeping pills. All the bad weed and fleeting thrills. What do we got? A hype train is close. 22 seconds if anybody else in the chat donates. We will have a hype train going. One more person. We need one more. One more to get this hype train going. 10th anniversary. There's more people here than ever. One of you lurking.
Give myself another reason to keep up.
Donate to the cause. Murder Freak has donated more. We need one more person. Come on. We got like 10 seconds. Come on. We can do it.
Feels like it's
Oh, yeah.
another reason to keep up.
God.
Wide awake, needing more.
Bianco Hysterico with the pride flag with the rainbow 1,000 bits. Or 100 bits. I'm sorry, I can't read. Thank you so much. Are we in it? Are we in it? A hype train is close. Okay, we're even closer to a hype train. It says 3 minutes now. I think, okay. What's happening? What's happening now? Oh no, the command got ruined with the exclamation points. We're gonna get it. You guys have like 5 more minutes on this album. Or like 3. Queen Snarf donated 2,500 bits, and there we go. There is the hype train. I don't know what I want, but it's not this. Oh, my voice is giving out. That's what happens when I drink. And also try to scream. We are on a hype train. We are at level 2. I don't think we've actually just done level 2 before. I think we've always gone to like level 5 and just capped. We're gonna do it though. Let's at least trip level 2. This is like a mini golf game. We can't go all the way to the end. We're gonna overshoot. Let's shoot for level 2. Shoot for level 2. We're 68% at the Queen Snarf did it. Oh my god. With like 10 gifted subs. Where are we at? We're 100% on... What are we at? Hype! What does it say? What level did that bring us to? It just filled the bar. I can't see. Oh my god. 10th anniversary hype. Level 2 complete. Level 2 complete. Where are we at? What are we at? Tell me. Level 5. Oh my god. We already boosted all the way to level 4. We already completed level 4. I can't believe it. We're good. We can burn this out. 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Also, Static Eyes, you've been gifted a sub. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad you came. Glad you're here for the 10th anniversary. I'm screaming into this fucking mic. Rondi gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Welcome, Stargazer. You should very shortly observe a moon next to your name. The phase of the moon will fill in and go around from full to new moon. After it gets to a new moon, you start unlocking some crazy icons and shit. My dad's here. I just saw his username. Queen Snarf donates another 250 bits. Murder Freak with a pride bit, with a black pyramid bit, and with a party bit. Thank you for the cheers. Recursive. I love that name so much.
I used to be someone I knew. I'm used to silence, rooms I hide in when I'm fine to see.
Okay, I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna let this final track play because I want you to hear that this album is a gapless loop.
I like to think that I was through. I had to get reused to you.
This song is totally just about me coming back to doing this album. Cass CC also donates 100 and then another 100 bits. Thank you so much. Thanks for the last 10 years, Case. Thank you so much for the bits. And thanks for being such a loyalist showing up to these streams. What the fuck? That is 11,500 bits. That is 1,500 bits. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Queen Snarf. Thank you so much for making this 10th anniversary lucrative. We did it. We did it. We topped this hype train. Thanks, everybody. Thanks especially to Queen Snarf.
To see the future too.
I
had to trust whatever made sense at the time. to put another's head ahead of mine. What's really me unreal to you? You thought you had me sorted through, so why would I?
Oh my god, are we at 419? You're so close to 420. That counts though. We're at 420% in spirit.
In sight of final lights from dying stars, I know that spite might rise high enough for some, but I
Thank you again for another one of the Black Pyramid cheers. Thank you again to Murder Freak for 10.
Life is never
Anybody recognize this chord progression?
no ahead or behind, just a place at a time. And I
Yeah, we got 420%. We did it.
Trying to find
Nice. That calls for
another reason for another.
Oh, I don't have it. Never mind. I was gonna play the Snoop song.
Another season to tell me the time.
Listen to this transition.
That was okay. Let's try this again, though. I like to dream into the day until
And now it's the start of the album.
I like to scheme, but always leave it all in
We
parts.
joke. We received a level 4 hype train
I
emote.
like to plan
What is it?
I would do.
I got 2.
I'd like to
I got so many.
have some follow through.
What is it? Let me see.
I tend to spend unending time away instead of acting on the
Nice, I got a
things
food
I
emote. This is really cool.
say.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Try to plan everything
Through the album,
through.
there's 3 tracks. Like to, have to, and used to. This is like to.
I see what I need to do.
And it's sort of my, here's me coming back to High M Case.
You'll be alright. You're overthinking, right?
And you already heard all this. If you want to hear the rest of the full album, you're going to have to wait until it comes out in August. Or just show up to more streams where I have gap time. But that's about it. It has been 4 hours since I started this stream. 4 hours. We've been reminiscing. We've been talking about stuff. Is there anything that anybody wants to get in? Any last questions? Any last comments, concerns, hope, joys, fears, as my geometry teacher in high school used to say? Speak now or forever hold your piss. Why are you so awesome? Hard life situations. Thank you again, Murder Freak, for cheering. Oh my god. One more. In the spirit of the one more. Thank you so much. Tres más. Tres más. Oh man. It's like it's tres más in here. Yeah, where's the bathroom? I don't know what the fuck your bathroom is in your house, but in here it's at the end of the hallway. Well, the end of the road. Everything's silent. The albums are up. I've promoted them enough times, you guys should know where to find them. If you don't know where to find them, jasoniscariot.bandcamp.com. I hope you can spell that. highmcase.bandcamp.com if you can't. Case.dog if you can't. You'll just click the music link. This has been, it's been a fun little time. It's been chill. I like not having a huge party. I like just kind of chilling out and talking and reminiscing about things. I have a lot going on otherwise. I'm in rooms full of people all the time now, and I'm hoping I don't get monkeypox. So this has been fun. It's been, I started the album just alone in a box doing my thing, and it's good to reminisce alone in a box doing my thing. God damn it, I really want to re-record Turnaround. I can't get over that now. I said it last year when I listened to a bit of Turnaround. I was like, this song's so good. But yeah, please avoid any new diseases or illnesses. I'm trying. Trust me. I am pretty precautious. I still wear a mask everywhere. Yeah. Is Spoonie still streaming? Can I dump everybody onto Spoonie's chat? Can I do that? What line from Trying Too Hard should we use as the raid message if I raid Spoonie? We have significantly more viewers than Spoonie does right now. So let's bomb him. I'm trying to think. What's a good line that isn't fuck? What's a good line that doesn't say fuck in it? Thanks for sticking around making music. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for coming to the anniversary. Raid. Get some. I need to know. Sounds like you. Okay. Oh man. There's got to be something on here. There's got to be something on here. I don't just say any weird shit like I am a being after. Everything is like a long, drawn-out sentence. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. How about trying to but no. Guess any more silver paint? Everybody keeps saying that. Or well, one person says it. People seem to agree. I don't like it though. Come closer here to deny you? Nah. All these lines are too aggressive. Here's what we're gonna say, okay? Here's what we're gonna say. Here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say the universe will not let me sleep. Here's our raid message, okay? We're doing that. Okay? We're gonna raid Spoonie. Spoonie is doing some art right now, I believe either for commissions or for backgrounds for a game that they're doing called Mixed Feelings. So, everybody go say hi to Spoonie and their VTuber. Some of my music is going to be in Mixed Feelings. And otherwise, they tend to stream my music in the background anyway. So, you all know the raid message. Let's go. Let's end this stream. Let me slam the rest of my beer. It's raid time. Ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Happy 10th anniversary to Trying Too Hard. Here we go. Here we go. Bye. Bye, Raiders. See you around, Raiders.